Good morning, good morning. Good morning. Yogis, Nath, these are smaller cults within Hinduism, and they are not just uh, what we call as they transcend Hinduism. They are common in Buddhism also and Jainism. Millennia means would mean one century is 100, millennia is 1000. Hadith in the Muslim tradition is a tradition which basically uh, is the interpretive tradition of Islam, which is basically Hadith is built into Shariat. I don't know why, in what context you asked me Luri Nama. I'll ask that, Ilma, I'll get that done. Hindi would be a mixture of Hindi, Braj Bhasha, all the UP dialects. Okay, so we start our 10 class journey of art and culture. And as you know, art and culture as a subject is both in prelims and in mains. And as it is becoming more and more dynamic, which is that a lot of things related to current affairs have started to come. The last module which I will discuss with you, I will categorically try to discuss current affairs which would be relevant. And as it is by the end of the cycle, which is by the end of when we're preparing for prelims, I will be there with art and culture, current affairs on different platforms. But as part of your course itself, it's a moving target. I'll add current affairs into the last module, modifying the module a little bit. And these 10 classes will be covering, 10 modules will be covering every big to small aspect of art and culture. But I have to explain to you what basically is the structure. See, first and foremost, Nitin Singhania, and you have the Fine Arts NCRT class 11th. 11th, 12th, both are good. The problem with this is it's very technical and extensive, quite extensive, because it has not been written for a UPSC aspirant or a history aspirant, but for a fine arts personality and a fine arts student. So therefore, it's very extensive, very, very, very exhaustive, very technical. But whatever is relevant is already in the PPT, so don't have to worry. And then it comes to the necessary evil called Nitin Singhania. Nitin Singhania has little bit of mistakes, which I will keep on pointing out. This I've randomly put any edition. Doesn't matter if you're third edition or fourth edition. There's only one chapter or two chapters which are different. That too, their unnecessary chapters have been added, so don't worry about that. So the fact is that Nitin Singhania has a place in your preparation. Right now, that place is on your table, not in front of you. I will tell you what to do with Nitin Singhania. I will get Nitin Singhania in class. I'll tell you what to do with regards to that book. What is the concept? What are the problems also, because there are 3 to 4 major mistakes in the book itself. And I'll point that out to you via the chapters itself. By the end of this cycle, I will discuss with you in the 10th class. I will bring Nitin Singhania and we'll see what we've covered and what we've not covered. For your satisfaction, we'll make sure that you think everything in art and culture is covered in that sense. Now, if you go by Nitin Singhania, I hope that books are clear. Nitin Singhania, not right now, but later, necessary evil. Please don't fall into the trap of the CCRT website, this website, that website. Too many websites, too much resources. Have to look into multiple different sources. That will become problematic. Rather, one source is there which you can go and revise from. So you don't have to learn from Nitin Singhania. You have to rather revise from Nitin Singhania. PPT will be enough, but Nitin Singhania cannot be ignored. Please understand this point. Quick revision can only happen from one book. As of right now, I am up in the process of writing an art and culture book, but that will take time. But till that point, Nitin Singhania will remain relevant and has no other alternative as of right now. So you can't do anything about that. No, you don't have to, Shelly. So if you talk about art and culture, there are two basic divisions in the syllabus. Two basic don't have to introduction to you do Shivaji, don't do NCERT. I'm not asking you to do NCERT because that NCERT I know is very technical, extremely technical. So don't worry about that. You don't have to make notes, you just have to pay attention right now. The rules don't change, they remain the same. No, no, Shelly, we don't have to do it. Now, can we talk about the modules? If we all are clear with regards to the books, are we clear about the book? Because you want me to say that leave Nitin Singhania. You can't do that because there's no other book for quick revision as of right now. Now, art and culture, there are two basic parts. But what students do is that they judge one part from the other and they judge the other one from the other. Which is that what I want from you is that in the process of telling you this, keep one pen, paper, pencil, paper, whatever ready, because I'll be asking you in the process of the next maybe half an hour or 1 hour to make something in class, and this is going to be a new aspect which will come in, because in art and culture answers it is important to make certain diagrams if necessary and if possible, and wherever possible I'll tell you how to do it because time is important. Now, art and culture, as I told you, two parts are there. One is that from them mains plus PT both questions come, and from one only PT questions come. This is a standard thing which happens in art and culture, but students tend to get flustered in the PT part and they ignore the mains and PT part. So for example, not just to give you the list, for example, architecture, for example, painting, for example, sculpture, dances, classical one. Thereafter, for example, 6 schools of philosophy, numismatics, certain type of literature. These are called the big three, which is architecture, painting, sculpture, which is the three biggest topics out of which mains questions can be made. Thereafter, you have PT oriented concept. For example, you have intangible heritage, tangible UNESCO, theater. Palak, don't worry, everything is here. Don't worry. Theater. Thereafter, martial arts, festivals. You can add the concept of puppetry. Music comes here. Then you have law and culture. You have institutions. You can have smaller topics such as the different forms of folk dance, folk music, handicrafts, etc. See, what I mean to say is that there are two types. But what students do and what is the biggest mistake is you tend to get flustered here, because here there is the maximum number of facts. Maximum number of facts would be 50 to 60. Damn man, not more than that. Not more than that. You have, for example, theater 11, martial art 5 or 6, festivals is not that important. I'll tell you what to do with it. Puppetry, you have 8 or 7. Intangible, tangible, again, a very small list for what you have to learn. GI tags and all. The point is, you don't know how to tackle this area. But what you do is that in process of tackling this area, you totally ignore this area, because you believe that this is true art and culture and this is not art and culture. But remember, the most amount of weightage is with these areas. And we have to, in that sense, cover these areas in much more extensive detail than these ones. Now, the way I cover it is that first two modules is architecture. And every module starts from a different point wherever it is relevant. For example, architecture, today we start from IVC and then we take it forward. Why am I doing that? Because I want to create a period by period understanding for you so that you can understand evolution. Same way, then after two modules of architecture, third module is painting and fourth module is sculpture. Big topics. After the fourth module, the next 6 modules are one big topic, small topic mix. For example, I'll have dance, so I'll also have handicrafts with it. Then if I have, for example, music, I'll have martial arts with it. If I have, for example, 6 schools of philosophy, then I've mixed up it with smaller topics. For example, classical language, classical this, classical that. By the 10th module, we will finish every specific thing, but everywhere we start at a different point. And the point is, if you can understand a flow of change, then what happens is that if UPSC asks you questions, for example, it did in 2023, and not in 2023 but 2022, which is to ask what is the contribution of Guptas, what is the contribution of Cholas. So what you just have to do is that in every module there will be a Gupta section, every module there will be a Chola section. But what Nitin Singhania would do, or some other book does, is it mixes up Gupta everything together, Gupta sculpture, architecture, without giving any form of context. So you don't know what happened in the past, but you just are being told Gupta sculpture, Gupta architecture, Gupta painting, Gupta everything together. Now, in that sense, what happens is there is no continuity. You don't know what happened before it, you don't know what happened after it. So what the biggest issue would be that you are not able to connect it. And therein, what we are doing is we are in every module covering Guptas. So if there's a relevant portion, we're doing it. So this way you know where to look for what in your mind and in your understanding to come up with that understanding. So this way it becomes easier to understand rather than Nitin Singhania, which is pottery also in one chapter. First chapter is 90 pages. And without any context, he's just randomly started to talk about it. He's put in regional also, he's put in everything together. What I do is I teach first architecture, regional, I do it in the end because they're not connected to the story. Then the same way, for example, pottery, unnecessary discussion is had, but only one slide is needed for pottery. So we don't learn from Nitin Singhania because Nitin Singhania has not structured the book in the right way. We only revise from it, and that to these sections. These sections, there's no better book to revise for. This I will tell you what to do. So the current affairs part, I will as it is do with you in the end. Last 1 year, sure, why not? Whatever is relevant for portion in that regard, I will cover. In the last module, we do current affairs. So don't have to worry about that, because our art and culture is becoming more and more dynamic. If we are clear about the modus operandi, if we are clear about the book, and if we are clear about these things, I want to start then the first topic, which is architecture, Indus Valley civilization. Can we? Anybody has to ask anything? Anybody wants to ask something right now? Ask me. book, whatever it may be, because I don't want this to be distracting for the next 2.5 hours, 3 hours. Can I start art and culture, architecture? Previous year questions, Anshu, we will do on Friday. Whatever of medieval and art and culture is there. Stop this obsession with previous year questions. In UPSC, asking nuanced details. Yes, and we will do it in that context only. Don't have to worry about the book. If you don't have the book, the PPT is enough, and we will try to cover everything in that sense. Don't worry about it. PPT is there. Don't worry about that. If you don't have the books, how to make notes of it? You don't have to make notes. You have to just pay attention. It's all attention based. If you understand art and culture, you will never have to learn it. Can we start? I will take answer writing for art and culture later. First, pay attention. First, learn something. Then I will teach you that also. Okay. NCRTs, one is there, fine arts NCRT, that is it. But that is too technical. Where needed, I will tell you what you need to cover. Okay. Now, our discussion starts with regards to Indus Valley civilization, and we are now discussing architecture. Now, the first question would be, what is architecture? Obviously, this is not an architecture class, or we are doing fine arts, but architecture basically means any form of expression which is in the form of buildings. So, any form of building, any form of structure which has been built over a period of time, and it is an expression of two things: expression of art and power. Basically, you don't make monuments, you don't make big form of architectural expressions until unless you have power or also good economy or money. The concept of architecture is called monumentality, which is when you want to express yourself in the form of monuments. And the concept is there is a direct correlation between monumentality, political stability, and economic prosperity. Which is that you only express yourself in the form of monuments if you are stable and if you have economic prosperity. If you are too unstable, if you're already in a very dangerous situation, you will never express yourself monumentally, because you need a lot of stability to do it, because they will take a lot of time to do and they will take a lot of money to make. So therefore, any form of expression in building and structures which have survived for us would be monumentality. Now, the first such time we see monumentality is the Indus Valley civilization. Why not before it? Why not before it? Why is that I'm starting at Indus Valley civilization and not at Paleolithic, Mesolithic, or Neolithic? Okay, perfect. Which is that because they were only in caves, there's no buildings, societies, and there's no buildings. They are living mostly in caves or in structures which don't survive. So, in that sense, we don't have any evidence. So, our story starts at 2600 BCE because of the fact that Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic does not have any form of structure. Now, understand this point. The fact that you were able to answer this question is testimony to the fact that without ancient medieval, art and culture makes no sense. Because if somebody asks you this question without doing ancient medieval, you will only make up stories which you don't have any idea about. Here, you are very clear in saying that, sir, there is no form of evidence because they don't have any form of society or simple society or very semi structures which will be there, no evidences. So you are already in a position to write an introduction. Introduction is always historical context. So you already know that the Indus Valley civilization is the first such expression of monumentality or monuments or expression of architecture. Now, the next point is that the Indus Valley people are very, very kind to us. They're very kind to us because their basic features are also their architectural features, except for a certain reference to certain other places. If somebody asks you what are the salient features of the Indus Valley architecture, that is basically the basic features or what we call as characteristics. So everything which we learned in ancient is in a way also true for art and culture. Here my endeavor is to change the way you write this answer. As it is, you don't write an answer in ancient medieval. Here you have to cover it in a different way. And I have images to also show you what we call as the Great Bath, for example, what are the step wells and this and that. And one special reference to Dholavira because it is a very important site, has got the UNESCO World Heritage tag also. Now first, let's try to summarize the first salient features. This should not be something new for you because we've already covered it, but we do it in a different way. Okay, let's cover the salient features and try to understand them. The first such salient feature which we find in most of the 99% of all the concept is citadel and lower town. So you have what we call as public buildings here. So we have structures which are meant to be public buildings, and there's a spatial division of the settlement, wherein the citadel will always have important aspects, important buildings. At the same point of time, we also have the residential area. So this is the residential area for private buildings. Now, if I connect these houses through a road, I get the next most important feature, which is the concept of grid pattern. Which is the exception for grid pattern? Very good. Banabani. Okay. So the next most important feature becomes, this was the first point, 1A, 1B, 2. Grid pattern in roads, north, south, east, west, exception, Panavali. And what is even more fascinating is, as you know, there are water lines which are inbuilt into these systems. On one side, you have the water, and on the other side, you have drainage system. So we also have drainage and water systems with the roads, and they make sure that fresh water and grey water do not mix. So 3 basic points we've covered. We, at the same point of time, in these houses, which is, if I look at this house, I will find 3 to 4 important features. 4 central courtyard in houses. Thereafter, rain water harvesting. Sixth, door opens in side lanes. Seventh, double story buildings. 8, toilets attached to houses. And 9, you have uniformity in design. And if I go one step further, I will find bricks in 1:2:4 ratio in these houses, and you have then certain special structures which we will discuss. Other than that, double story means 2 stories, 1 and 2. So we have discussed now, just through this image itself, 9 points of, or rather 10 points of convergence. Does anybody have any issue here? Grade path and all are exception buildings, I'll tell you that. That is one thing. This is common to everybody. This is common to every site. That is a special feature of a site that I'm coming to. Are we clear about any of these issues? We have already covered it in different aspects, and we've already covered it in ancient in very extensive manner. Okay. Now, if we go a step further, this is an image of what we call as main roads and side lanes. This is the Great Bath. But if you look at the image above and below, there's also a major difference, in the sense that this is a rural site and this is an urban site. And the reason why we are able to make that out is by the color of the brick. Wherein in rural sector, they are sun-dried bricks. Whilst in the urban sector, they are kiln heated bricks. Kiln means bhatti. You would have seen how today, what is the color of bricks today? What is the color of bricks today? Red. That red color comes because of the way you put it into the bhatti or the kiln. The good planners are humans, more intelligent, cooperative than. Yes, sure, why not? Why, sir, this picture not so in ancient? Because there we were not discussing art and culture. So that is why. We have learned about worst urbanization, rural in urbanization. Why not? It is a network of rural and urban sectors. It doesn't mean that there are no rural sectors. There's a whole network of rural sectors attached to this urban sector. So yes, there will be rural sites. There will also be urban sites. So it's first urbanization, but there will be an extensive network of urban centers, rural centers together. This is a standard process in which civilizations exist: rural, urban, rural, urban. So brick color is sufficient to decide it because it is very standard. It's exactly standard. By looking at the brick color, they will not use, because what is the difference between a kiln dyed brick and a sun dyed brick? What will be the difference? Structurally, what will be the difference? Structurally, it is about strength. So they will never use a sun dried brick in a very big structure because it will break very quickly. On the other hand, in the citadel and all, they will always use heavy, what we call as kiln dried or kiln heated, the real bricks in that regard, because they need to stand for longer and have a lot of inward outward movement. So the fact is, I'm trying to show you these things because I'm trying to give you an image now in your mind, wherein you understand what do I mean by a main road, what do I mean by a side lane, and what is the major difference. Red bath is nothing but a big swimming pool in a way with a lot of what we call as attached areas around it. But the fact of the matter is, every site in the Harappan civilization has its very interesting understanding and very interesting expression. Now, other than that, the most important feature which was there across the what we call as Harappan civilization and specifically in two sites is what is called dockyard water management. See, this is the Lothal dockyard, which is that we believe that it was, and we have evidence for that also. It is a proper dockyard in which ships used to dock, ships used to come. It's a port, and we have found marine deposits in the bottom of this dock. So we know that it had connections with the Arabian Sea itself. But what Lothal and specifically Dholavira is known for, these are called tanks, wells, and this is the most important. It's called a step well. Today, step wells are called Baulis, but the Indus Valley people are the first to develop step wells, which is that rather than going down to the water level where the water is, for example, what they do is that they cut the whole terrain in such a way that we reach to the water level. So this is called a step well, and this is called a well. Step wells were quite common, and what the Indus Valley people did the most importantly was they used to store water very extensively. So they used to channel water in such a way that used to store water very extensively. Now, we have these 9 features which is common to all the sites. We have these 9 features which is common to all the sites. You'll find out of these 10 features at least 8 or 9 everywhere. And we have also these unique structures which we found vis-a-vis the great bath or the stepwells. But the most prolific site, the most important site, which has now got the UNESCO Tangible Heritage tag, is a place called Dholavira. Dholavira is the only Harappan or IVC site to have this tag. And the reason is because Dholavira is an example of how environmentally conscious and environmentally sustainable civilizations can be made and cities can be made. And water conservation, water management, and water manipulation is something which was beyond exception when it came to Dholavira. See, in the run of Kutch, now Dholavira is in a very, very dry area. But when we go back to 2600 BCE, we will see that there will be two water streams which used to go from the north and south of Dholavira. And what they used to do was that they used to cut the water in such a way, and they had built reservoirs all across the city. Now, this is a very interesting way of making a city, because evaporation is important for a very important concept. What does evaporation do? When something evaporates, what is the effect which happens? Yes, evaporation causes cooling, in the sense that you would have seen that was a very science and technology thing, that you have seen that people, these shopkeepers throw water in front of their small thelas and in front of their shops. Why do they do that? Because when water evaporates, it takes the energy out of that area and therefore it becomes cool. That is why if you are, for example, in very, 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 very sweaty and then you go in front of an AC, it will cause you cooling because it will take away the moisture from your body. That is why we sweat also. We sweat because by coming the sweat which comes on our body, if it evaporates, the body temperature goes down. Now, evaporation causes cooling is basically the principle on which the whole of Dholavira site is made about. By channeling the water from one area into the whole side of that whole sector, and by storing the water in and around the civilization, what they're doing is that they're keeping the whole sector cool. So they don't need, in this very, 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 very extensive heat of Gujarat, which may not have been that hot, by doing this, which is by adding water into these reservoirs, they are basically keeping the whole site very cool. Water is stored, water is manipulated, water is taken from one side and is then pushed out of the civilization from the other side. And in that sense, that is why the plan of Dholavira is also different. You don't have a proper citadel and what we call as lower town. There is one we call as the castle structure, which is on a little bit of a higher ground, that we believe is the citadel. And in the middle town, you have the residential complex, and you have the ceremonial, or what we call as ground, or a very big ground in between these two. Now, we actually don't know exactly was it a castle or not. It's a guess. It's a British understanding vis-a-vis that. But Dholavira's design itself is a lesson to every architect which lives today, that you can build cities with multiple forms of inbuilt sustainability or green structures. It's called a green structure. There's already a what we call as small way in which they were making sure that their civilization was always cool. This is an artistic expression of Dholavira. The fact is that they were manipulating it in such a way that they did not need in this area itself what we call as any form of cooling, external cooling. The whole civilization remains very cool and sustainable and green in its footprint vis-a-vis how it is there in the whole sector itself. This is why Dholavira got the tag Dholavira as UNESCO World Heritage Site, because this type of sophistication has not been found previously. Small stadium is an open area. We believe it is a stadium. Dholavira did not have a citadel. It will be a wrong statement. This is the citadel structure. You don't define citadel as only being always on the height. Civilizations happen one on the other, where all these structures destroyed. They were survived till now. You have this site. If you want, you can go to Dholavira. There's no dockyard here. Dockyard is only in Lothan. They would have smaller ports, riverine ports, but not dockyards. So understand this point. These whatever structures are left, that is what we are reconstructing to create it. What is the significance? This tells us that for the whole of the world civilization, UNESCO has said that it's a World Heritage Site. It's not India's heritage, it's a world heritage. That gives you a recognition across the world that it's an important historical site which represents an advancement in human kind and human development. Now, very simply, we have covered the standard 10 things, and I've also showed you these multiple structures which are unique. But the problem is you can't write unique things for salient features question. If there's a question, for example, like this: discuss the salient architectural features of the Indus Valley civilization, 150 or 250 words, you will be able to write it. You know what to write, right? Why we can say that Indus Valley people were probably Republicans. Sanskar, either you are not with me in ancient or you are making this up. We don't know. Could be right, could not be right. We don't know about that. During that time, Dholavira was surrounded by water. Yes, that is the way it was designed in that sense. Are we clear about salient features? Can I move to the next period if this is clear? Are you getting the way these questions can be asked and how we have to jump between periods? Okay. Now, we started at IVC and we straight away go to now Maurya and post Maurya. And the reason that we don't talk about Vedic or Mahajanpada is that firstly, the whole Vedic civilization has been developed. Any diagram to draw here? No. Here you don't have to draw. The diagram drawing is going to come in Mauryas. Vedic civilization was developed fully through a text, or Rig Veda, Yajurveda, Samveda. So we have found 2-3 random sites which may match the architectural profile or the literary profile of the what we call as Vedic period in that regard. But there's no extensive civilization which we found vis-a-vis Vedic, how we found for IVC. The second thing is when we talk about Mahajanpadas. The problem with Mahajanpadas is that all of these Mahajanpada sites, you tell me what would be the problem, then I will tell you. These are Mahajanpada sites, for example, Vaishali, Kaushambi, Kannauj, Patliputra, Rajgir, Saketa would be basically what we call as Ayodhya. You have, for example, Prayagraj. What would be the problem vis-a-vis finding evidences from these cities? The simple reason is that they are modern cities. So till today they exist. So in order to find an architectural expression of Mahajanpadas in these cities, we would have to dig the whole city down. Dig the whole city down, which is that we have a civilization right now here. So if I have to find a Mahajanpadas, I have to go down. Now the point is, if I start to destroy cities, modern cities, in order to find their architectural expressions, excavations cannot happen in modern cities. That is why you would have heard that in certain news, Paris or in London or in certain areas, when they were excavating for a building, they found something, because they were basically excavating, going for a basement. They went too down and they found certain architectural or what we call as an excavation site or an prehistoric site. So the problem with Mahajanpada sites is that they are all modern cities. And in the name of history, you can't just destroy the whole city and say that we want to find the Mahajanpada site of Saketa. And because they've been overbuilt over centuries, since 6th century BCE, they have been built thousands of times. It is very, 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 very hard to find any form of expression vis-a-vis architecturally. So they may have architecturally expressed themselves, but we don't have any evidence of that. We really don't have any evidence of that, because it would be a near impossibility to find something after close to 3,000, 4,000 years, until that site has not been touched. For example, IVC sites were just like this. They were like mounds over a barren terrain. So when people started to dig under these mounds, they found civilizations. They found civilizations under them. But that is not how, for example, modern day Kaushambi, Patliputra, Rajgir, Patliputra is Patna. So you cannot destroy the whole sector. And one more reason why Mahajanpada sites would be very hard to find is because they are based on Gangatic plains. And the Ganga was in the youthful phase at this point of time. So there could be that there was too much meandering, there could be too much movement of the river. So it could be that a site is inside the river itself, or inside the river bed, or in the river bed itself. So we have no way of figuring it out that if it is here, or if it is 20 kilometers away, or if it is 30 kilometers away. It's all guesswork. So I hope that you understand why there's a time gap between IVC and Maurya, because Maurya will start to get certain evidences which will become our way of understanding the past in that regard. So can I talk about now Maurya, post-Maurya architecture, wherein we have 3-4 important things to discuss. One is called pillar architecture. The other would be called cave architecture. And the last is basically stupa, or what we call as Buddhist architecture. Can we discuss these 3 aspects here? Yes? Is this making sense to you? How I am structuring the course, or how we are moving forward? It's not that I am now going to go because, okay, we did not find architecture, so let's start sculpture or let's start painting. I'm not doing that. I'm moving from each period to each period, showing a certain continuity. That, okay, IVC we found something, Maurya we found something, Gupta we found something, straight away we'll move to temple architecture. So I'm trying to create a certain connection between these points and telling you why there are gaps. This way, there is an evolutionary understanding. There's a linear understanding of the course, and that is, if they ask you about any of these periods, you can then answer them separately. If I start to fill the gaps with, say, sir, you did not do Harappan sculpture with us, you did not tell us about beads, you did not tell us about seals, I'll come to that, but for that I will have to start at sculpture. So I'm not trying to basically make a hodgepodge of topics together in the form of saying that everything IVC covered. I'm not going period by period, I'm going thematic by thematic. And that is how I think it creates a certain linear understanding. Okay, now, when we talk about I have missed Vedic architecture due to technical glitch. Priyanka, there is nothing called Vedic architecture because we don't find anything. So now you're in the right zone. There was no technical glitch. That discussion was to just say why there are not there, because there are modern cities over there. Now, when we talk about Mauryas, we have pillar, cave, and stupa. Vihara, Chaitya, which is Buddhist architecture. These three have been the way we study Maurya post Maurya. However, we also know that Mauryas or Mauryans or Ashoka and, for example, Chandragupta Maurya, Bindusara, they made a lot of big palaces. They made a lot of palaces. They made a lot of structures, but unfortunately, none of them survived because they were made out of wood. When it comes to monumentality, the worst thing which you can ever choose is wood, because wood is not a very durable raw material. You take a piece of wood and keep it in your garden or keep it outside for 24-25 hours. By the second day, third day, there will be termites on it and it will start to destroy that whole structure itself. So imagine that Mauryan period things, even if there were wood structures, firstly, people can destroy wood structures very easily to get raw material. But as it is, it will not survive the test of time. But because Arthashastra, because the texts of the Mauryan period tell us about very extensive plans of cities, extensive plans of palaces, we know that they did make secular, what we call as wood structures, very big structures in that regard, but none of them survive in that sense. So we only have an literary expression of architecture, which again is very dangerous. It may or may not exist. It may be just our Kautilya telling us about it. It may not be there. The fact is that form of history evades us because we don't have any form of evidence with regards to that. Now, if that is the case, the first proper expression of Mauryan architecture is something which Ashoka was doing and which he was obsessed by, which are called pillar edicts. You have for example the concept of minor rock edicts. You have major rock edicts, but they are basically natural rocks, so there's no architectural merit in them. It's just that they've chiseled into that Brahmi has been written like this on the rock, so it is not something which is very unique. But pillar edicts were made by the Mauryan architects and artisans, and therefore it becomes an expression of monumentality. Now, just to give you a basic understanding, what do I mean by an pillar edict, for example, just to show it to you. This is a Mauryan pillar. Basically, this is a pillar. Keep this on this top and you get a proper pillar. So there is very rarely we find the whole pillar itself because of the issues of time. But this is called the capital. It sits here. I'll tell you the structure, what are the things, but just to give you an idea, what do I mean by a pillar edict? But there are certain questions which we need to answer before we talk about it. First thing would be, there are three questions which should come into your mind. First question: was Ashoka the first person to develop pillars as architecture? meaning was he an innovator? Second, two. If yes or no, how is it borrowed or unique? And question number three, what is the structure and features of the Mauryan pillars? Innovator would mean his invention or first use. That is what I mean by inventor. Now, the answer to the first question, were Mauryan pillars first in the world or Ashoka's own conception of architecture? To the question, the answer is no. To this question, the answer is no, because it was the Achaemenid Empire which used pillars quite extensively. And basically, Ashoka borrowed this tradition from the Achaemenid Empire. So we've answered the first question. So let's discuss how did an Achaemenid pillar look like. Achaemenid pillars, basically, their pillars have 3 to 4 important features. The first feature of an Achaemenid pillar is that these pillars were not monoliths, meaning they were piece by piece glued together. Piece by piece glued together. Basically, monolithic structure means one rock. So rather than there being one rock, there are 3 rocks which have been brought together and they've sticked these or glued these 3 rocks together. So making a monolithic pillar is very difficult because it makes it very heavy, and more than that, it would be very, very hard to do it on a very big boulder. Very, very big boulder. Second is that the purpose of these pillars are not for administrative or religious purpose. They are basically an aesthetic structure or space fillers, because these pillars were part of a bigger structural complex. So basically, what used to happen was that if there is a very big structure which has been created, for example, and there is a structure here also which is very, very big. Now, the problem is that in this type of a structure, there's a lot of open space here. So what they used to do was they used to add these pillars so as to make up for the open spaces. Aesthetic means that they're just to please your eyes. They are always part of a bigger structure. They're always part of a bigger structure. They're not there as a way of having their own purpose. They are there as a form of a bigger structure. You have, for example, this type of structure that throughout the Achaemenidian Empire, you will find these pillars, but they are not freestanding. They're part of a much bigger temple complex in which there are multiple other expressions. In between that, you will have 1, 2 to 3, 4, 5 pillars together. So basically, how you today use certain fillers in your in a very big building. If you make it, you try to plant trees. You have a small pond, something like that. It's basically a aesthetic device. It's just to please your eyes so that the structure does not look a little bit empty. It should not look empty. It should look big and it should have a certain grandeur. So it's a space filler, nothing more than that. So it is to is just to put something so that it is there as a way of filling space. So it's an aesthetic device. It's an aesthetic device. Aesthetics means what is called art expression. It's a way of your expressing yourself. So it's an aesthetical device. It has no purpose other than just being a filler in that regard. Does anybody have any issue in these 3 points? Because then I discuss what is a Mauryan pillar and then I discuss both together and it will make sense. Pillars are not monoliths. Monolith means that, for example, I took a rock like this. There was this very big boulder. Now, there are 2 ways in which I can make this pillar. I can break this boulder into 3 and then carve out individual pieces out of it. This is easier to do because it will not break quickly. Or the other way would be that I take this big rock and I take out one whole pillar out of it itself. I chisel away these things. This is hard to do. This is called a monolith because it made out of monolith. Lith means stone. Mono means one. Monolith. What is the purpose of this pillar? As I told you, nothing. Nothing at all. The purpose of this pillar is nothing. It's just to basically fill space. That's it. It is just an aesthetic device. Just an aesthetic device, nothing more, nothing less. Can I move forward? Okay. Now that we know that Ashoka took this, Ashoka borrowed this concept, but then how are they unique or different? Box could be anything, you see. Box to show you that there's something on its top. You can see here. Random geometry could be there. Now, Ashoka borrowed the concept. How are they unique and different? Now, if I look at an Ashokan pillar, I see three major differences. First, Ashokan pillars are monoliths. Basically, made out of one rock, which means that they were making it out of Chunar sandstone, one of the finest sandstone you can find, and they are monolithics. No supporting base and all. Anshika will come to that. First one is the basic thing. Second and third is more interesting. Ashokan pillars are stand alone pillars or structures. You will never find Ashokan pillar in a bigger complex. It's not like for there's a very big temple and then the Ashokan pillar is there. No. Ashokan pillar will be standalone structure. You'll find for hundreds of kilometers there's nothing, then there's one pillar. So that is called a standalone structure. It is standing alone, so it's a standalone structure. And the purpose is administrative and religious, politico-religious, in a sense that it has orders and messages, but it also has dhamma on it. So you can see that though the concept has been picked up by Ashoka, his execution is quite unique. And if I bring both these pillars together, I have one Achaemenid pillar and one Ashokan pillar. If I bring them together, one major difference is going to be the fact that non-monolithic and this is monolithic. Thereafter, there will be certain inscriptions on them. Administrative purpose or religious purpose. This is no purpose but space filler. And last but not the least, this will be a stand-alone structure. And this will be a part of larger complex. And the fact is that Ashokan pillar will be a much better pillar because it is a monolith. With being a monolith or monolithic, what happens is the Chunar sandstone which is being used, which has been used, is very, very what we call as very lustrous, which is looks very nice, and it is very strong, but also can be carved in the way you want it in that sense. So Ashoka has taken up this concept from Achaemenid Empire, but he has executed it in a very beautiful way. So are we clear about that is also sandstone, this is also sandstone, but the sandstone quality is different. So are we clear about the difference? If I asked you three questions, I have tried to answer the first two. Are we clear about these two questions? The concept is borrowed, and how is it different from an Achaemenid pillar? You will be able to answer this question, that how is an Ashokan pillar different from a Achaemenid pillar? What show Ashokan pillar administrative? Because Ashokan pillars have inscriptions on them. So for example, it has a legal decree or an administrative decree or law plus a Dhamma representation. Whole pillar was monolith, like capital. That Abhishek will I am coming to. Capital could be or could not be. Shaft would always be monolithic. I'm coming to that structure. Would the capital be a part of it? That's a separate issue altogether. So in certain cases, most cases, capital was not part of the main shaft, which I need to tell you. What show Dhamma on Ashokan pillar? Some of you are asking me questions which tells me that either you have not done ancient or you don't remember. Pillar of Dhamma is same. Now this is what scares me the most. Now somehow Dhamma has now become a pillar. Somehow Dhamma has now become a pillar. Dhamma is the Buddhist interpretation of Ashoka, or Ashoka's interpretation of Dhamma, of Buddhism is called Dhamma, and Dhamma was expressed via certain principles on pillar, major and minor rock edicts. So we know it is Dhamma because there will be an inscription here saying something about morality. So Dhamma is a Prakrit word for Dharma, which is a Sanskrit word. So what does Achaemenid mean? Because that's now let's go back to the ancient only. Achaemenid Empire was a contemporary of the Nandas, and thereafter or the Magad Empire, and thereafter it was taken over by Alexander. So the people who are asking me these questions, what is Achaemenid, what is Dhamma, there can be only two reasons for asking this. After going 14 classes, of ancient medieval, if you will still ask me who's Ashoka, then that is the problem. Why it's not rusting? Very good, very good, very good question. Very good question. Tell me why it is not rusting. Ritika, look at the screen. The answer to your question is already written. Ritika, come on, tell me. Subhash, because it is of metal alloys. Bharat Ratna de dena chahiye. Subhash, because it is made out of an alloy. So what is the answer? You're saying no, sir. But what is the answer? It is written on the screen. Not monolith. Still look for the answer. It is stone. कभी पत्थर को रस्ट करते हुए देखा है? Have you seen a stone rusting? Ritika, good morning. Wake up. It's a sandstone structure. How can a rock rust? You are thinking of the Chandragupta II Vikramaditya pillar in Mehrauli. I have to go one step further, complicate it. But now you're scaring me because half of you don't know what is Achaemenid, half of you don't understand what is Dhamma, and half of you think it is a metal. So you tell me what baseline do I take? Do I assume what is Dhamma? Do I assume who is Ashoka? Do you even know who is Maurya? Which period is Maurya? Maurya is which period? Comes after Gupta, before Gupta? बिफोर गुप्ता, सब कभी भी अभी भी आफ्टर लिख रहे हैं, बट व्हाट कैन आई से? सी, I asked you 3 questions. I have tried to answer the first 2 exactly at the end of ancient. Sachin, exactly at the end of ancient is Gupta, not Maurya. This is in between ancient. 324 to 184. कोई बात नहीं. You have the recordings, right? This is one advantage which you have. If you are confused about these things, you can go through the recordings of ancient India and go to the 3rd or 4th lecture. It will be talking about Alexander's invasion. There will be a discussion about Achaemenid Empire. You will be have taught as Iranian Empire, but it's not an Iranian Empire. It's called Achaemenid Empire. Can I discuss the 3rd point? And for that, you need to have a pen and paper with you. So I'm giving you time to figure it out. Get a pen and paper because you have to make something. First question was Ashoka was the first person. No, he wasn't. It is an Achaemenid concept. And I told you what does an Achaemenid pillar look like. Has no purpose, not a monolith, part of a bigger structure. Then I told you that it is unique and different because Ashokan pillars are monoliths, have a purpose, which is they are standalone structures, and they also have a purpose which is administrative and politico-religious, which is Dhamma is on it. And the simple point is, if I compare both together, I will be able to see major differences between the two. It is not a metal, that is why it is not rusting. Now, can I discuss the third aspect, which is what are the main features? Because this can be asked in the examination. What are the main features or what are the main structures within the Ashokan pillar? Ashoka was the only Mauryan to build pillars. Yes. Nobody forward or backward did this. Only Ashoka did this. Okay. Now, salient features of Ashokan pillar. Now, don't make this. I will tell you what to make. Right now, I'm just showing you what an Ashokan pillar looks like. Okay. Right. Now, see, the first component is called the shaft. Shaft is nothing but the monolithic pillar. Thereafter, this whole structure is called capital, which sits on the shaft itself. Now, the capital can be further divided into 3 parts. This is called abacus, and this is called capital figure. So 1, 2, 3. But abacus can be further divided into to A, to B, lower abacus, or bell structure, and upper abacus or platform. Now, basically, the word abacus is an architectural expression for platforms. But basically, there are two components which can be further divided into four: the shaft, the lower abacus, the upper abacus, and the capital figure. Now, to show it to you, you see shaft, abacus, capital, but this is a shaft. This is a shaft. This is a shaft. And this is the most celebrated and the most important Sarnath capital. This is lower abacus. This is upper abacus. And this is capital figure. So I can divide it into three parts. 1, 2, 3. And basically the shaft would link up with it like this. Now either the capital and the shaft could be out of one rock, but mostly the capital was separate to the shaft. So you can see here again 1, 2, 3. Now this is basically the 4-lion Sarnath capital. And very simply, this is also the emblem of India. But the emblem of India or the government of India emblem omits one part out of these three, 1, 2, and 3. Which is that one part which is omitted? You say lower upper abacus, but in PPT lower upper capital. Wait, Anjali, I'll come to that. Don't worry about that. Same thing only. Abacus, I'm giving you the more technical concept. What is omitted in our emblem, remember, is this. The lower abacus has been removed, not 2 and 3, 1. 2 and 3 is the emblem itself. 1 has been removed, and this is what the government of India has taken as its emblem. When you will get your what we call as appointment letter, you will have this emblem on the middle. This is the government of India emblem. Now, the government of India emblem, there has been a lot of controversy over this because this has been put on the new parliament and the expression of the lions have been changed with a little bit of more fierceness. But it's basically, the fact is that the architect was not good enough. The fact is that there is one more component in this, which is part of your day-to-day culture, which is this. This is called the Ashokan Chakra. Where do we use this? Ashokan Chakra. Very good. We use this in the flag. Now, what is the meaning of the Ashokan Chakra? Can anybody tell me that? What does the Ashokan Chakra mean? Because they can also ask you, why is there, or what is the original concept of Ashokan Chakra? Bravery, Dhamma, 24 hours? No, not 24 hours. 26 spokes are there, then how can be 24 hours? Not Dhamma, not continuity, no, don't give me phandas. Yes, now comes the answer. Pravasini, very good. Very good, Lucky. Great. Anyone else who's used this word? Yes, Janvi has talked about it. Yes, and Shovik, very good. Shreyank, very good. Perfect. Not stopping time. Very good. Prasant, very good. Subhash, okay. This represents the Dhamma Chakra Parivartana. This is the wheel of Dhamma. The turning of the wheel of Dharma when when Buddha got enlightenment. So it's called the Dharma Chakra Parivartana. It has nothing to do with time. So basically, it is a Buddhist understanding of turning of the wheel of dharma, not time. So please understand, Ashokan chakra taken in the flag has also been taken from here. And there are 4 lions, 1, 2, 3, and 1, 4 on the other side. It is not a 3D image, it's a 2D image. That is why you can only see 3. At any point of time, you will see 3. Now, do you understand? For the students who have got confused, you have shaft. Lower capital is also called lower abacus. Middle capital is called upper abacus. I am giving you more technical definitions, so you can use either. Doesn't really matter. Please write Dharma Chakra Parivartan. Very good. Very good. Very good. Dhamma Chakra Parivartana. Now, shaft is the monolithic pillar. Thereafter, you have the inverted lotus. This is called bell or inverted lotus. How is it an inverted lotus? You take a lotus and you invert it. It will give you the same type of understanding. You take a lotus and you invert it. You will get the same type of structure. And that is why it's called the inverted lotus, or we call it the bell or inverted lotus. Thereafter, you have the capital figure, which I will tell you what can be the animals in it. So I have discussed with you 4 components. I have to discuss what can be the animals on the capital figure. Other than that, are we clear about these 4 components? Sarnath capital, we are clear. We're also clear about the fact that what are the 2 components which have been taken. Third, we have also understood the concept of Dharma Chakra Parivartana. Fourth, we've also discussed the concept of how is it the Indian emblem. Fifth, we also discussed the concept of what are the basic concepts via the PPT itself. Are we clear? I think Buddha got enlightenment in the age of 29 under a tree in Bodh Gaya. So, Musharraf, how are we saying something else? So, cannot be there a Sarnath pillar which celebrates that? So, what is your question? How Ashokan Chakra shows Dharma Chakra Parivartan? It doesn't matter 36 age of years or 29 years of age. He is more concerned about the place. Dharma Chakra, the chakra shows the wheel of turning of Dharma. Wheel of the Dham. This is a symbolic Dharma wheel which has been turned. So why cannot be there like this? Ashokan pillar constructed in Gupta period. एक और भारत रत्न लाओ यार. We get. Why would the Ashokan pillars be made in the Gupta period, Shoaib? Are you all still sleeping? So what is the point of teaching you ancient medieval if you have no idea? Gajab hai. And now coming to the representations. Subhas, this is morning batch and the dangerous combination, art and culture. You will later ask me something to Shoaib, why are we asking me this question? I'm curious to know. Capital figures could be the following animals because it belongs to Ashoka dynasty. Ashoka belongs to Gupta dynasty. Okay. So I presume that you have no idea about ancient India. Yes, Shoaib? But I've seen you around. You have not done ancient with me, right? Sir, where capital only innovation of Ashoka? No, capitals was there. This type of capitalism. Attended all classes. फिर गलती मुझ में. It's my mistake. Somewhere I have said Ashoka is a Gupta ruler. कोई बात नहीं. It's the fault is in me, not in you. Capital figures. Capital figures could be lion, could be elephant, could be bull, and each represents Ashoka is a Mauryan ruler. Chandragupta Maurya, Bindusara, Ashoka, Dashrath, 324 to 184. Okay. Lion represents royalty. Elephant represents power and grandeur. Bull represents fertility and prosperity. These are the three most common capital figures. And when it came to lion, horse is not used. Horse is never used. Horse is embedded. For example, you can see horse is embedded. Horse is again, see, you can see the horse here. Horse is embedded, but proper capital is never a horse. Maybe there, we've never really found them properly. Fertility and prosperity, grandeur means bigness. Lion could be in 1, 2, 3 or 4 configuration. We have found 1 lion also, we found 2 lions also, we found 3 lions also, we found 4 lions also. Now, very simply, 3 questions we asked. Horse can be in the, yes, upper abacus. We've never seen it as a capital figure. Very rarely. Now, what I've established is 3 things. How is it a borrowed concept? Yes, it is. And what is the difference between an Achaemenian pillar and a non-Achaemenian pillar? Second, which is our Mauryan pillar. Second, what are the components of a Ashokan pillar? And now I want you to do something, which is get a pen and paper. You have to make it in the examination. But we don't have to become Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo. We don't have to be like that. I will show you how to make it within 30 seconds. Because we don't have more than 30 seconds. You all will make it. Tell me that you've been able to make it. We take a break. We cover this portion from the PPT and then we move forward. Can we do it? Yes. Can I show you how to make it in 30 seconds? I've taught you only 3 basic things. We started with Indus Valley civilization. We talked about these features. And now we are discussing Mauryan architecture, first expression, pillars. How are they different from Achaemenian pillars and salient features of an Ashokan pillar? Okay. Now, in the exam, obviously, you'll not make it like this. What you have to do is that you have to first make a square. Then you will make a very long cylinder. Then you will make an inverted this, then another square and this. That is it. Nothing more, nothing less. You will keep, if you maximum, you can do this. You'll mark it as shaft, lower abacus, upper abacus, and capital figure. We don't have to do any form of kalakari here. Simple, straightforward. All 4 components have been marked. Simple. 1 square, 1 long cylinder, 1 this structure, then 1 triangle, and 1 then square again. Can you draw this and tell me I've been able to do it? It should not take you more than 30 seconds, 1 minute, not more than 30 seconds. 1 minute is still too much. It will take you more time to mark it than actually make it. You name it rectangle, you don't capital figure I've written now. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 components you have to mark. If they ask horse is one of the yes, you will say Pleslin, you will say horse is one of the animals represented on Ashokan pillars. Is it a part of a capital figure? You have to see. If it's a capital figure, then no. Is there any significance of the platform? No, 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 nothing like that. Please explain in brief 1, 2, 3 configuration. I'll show it to you. Why do you want to be explained? I'll show it to you. Lower abacus, upper abacus, capital figure. You made it wrong. Lower abacus is inverted. So either inverted ही है. Nirbhay, किधर? What are you seeing? What are you looking at? Lower abacus, upper abacus, capital figure. Yes, 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 Tina, you have to. Okay. I do it again. Nothing simple, straightforward. Small square. As per your Shraddha, the shaft. Thereafter, inverted something like this. Then this. Then this. See, why am I doing this? Because in the examination, if I write a lot on this side and I just make a small figure like this, it adds to the aesthetic value of it. So what I want from you is not that you are going to make such a big one. For example, this is your paragraph and this is your points and this is your paragraph. We'll just make a small one here. That's it. Shaft, lower, upper, capital figure. Nobody is going to make this in the whole piece of paper. Small one you will make in the side. That is why, see, this is two things. It's cost effective in the sense that it is not taking more than 30 seconds. Second thing, it can add to the value. Maybe everybody is making it, sure. But if everybody is not making it or not making it, does not matter. Your answer will look better and I will give you certain cues in every sphere what you can make in the examination. In certain areas you can make it, in certain areas you cannot make it. So if you are trained enough to make this basic structure, one second. Lower, upper, capital. If yes, then we take a break here and we come back and cover this portion from the PPT. Yes? Should we make lion in capital figure? Then only attempt one question in the examination. Nobody has the time to make a lion. And I'm scared of your lion altogether. You will make a lion or a cat, nobody knows. So don't worry about that. Okay. What is the meaning of horse? Horse is related to the Ashwamedha Yagya, which is horse is again an expression of royalty. Okay. As it is, one person wanted to make a lion and there was a whole controversy. So you don't make a lion, it's better. Okay. So we meet at 55 and we take the story forward. Welcome back. Chistis did not have any relations. Anjali, is it written generically for Sufis or is it written for Chistis? Because Sufis do take grants. Shoravardis is an example. Is it written in the context of Chistis? Then that elite would mean something else. Welcome back. Welcome back. Significance of inverted lotus, again, aesthetic device. So then it would be for Sufis. That's a generic line, not for Chistis. If it is for Chistis, then it means political elites other than the aristocracy. Okay. Now, erection of pillars was a common feature in the Achaemenid Empire. And modern pillars are different in the sense that they are monoliths. We already know, I'm repeating everything. Chuna sandstone, objective to disseminate Buddhist ideology along with court orders of the modern empire. And what was interesting, which we discussed previously also, in mainland India, it was Brahmi script, either Pali or Prakrit language. And in the northwestern sector, Khoroshti or Greek script was used, along in Greek or Aramaic language. So you will see in mainland India, this is the one which is be used, which is Brahmi. Brahmi and Khoroshti, but this is the one which will be used in the northwestern sector towards the Greek empires so that they can understand. This is Greek script, this is Khoroshti, this is Brahmi. Now, we have already established these differences vis-a-vis the structures. Now, if you were asking me that can you tell me how this configuration of 1, 2, 3 works? See, in Vaishali, for example, we've seen 1 lion. Sarnath, we've seen 4 also, 2 also. In Sachi, we've seen 3 and 2 both. We've seen single bull, single lion, and single elephant. So we have from different areas, different ideas. So they can be different. There can be different figures which represent something else and something more important, which is fertility, prosperity, royalty when it came to Ashokan pillars itself. And one of the earliest examples would be Sarnath, would be what is called Rampurva, Sankisa, Lauria, Nandangarh. These are very old structures. But remember, the oldest, remember this point, oldest rock cut structure which we have found vis-a-vis this whole area is called the Dhauli elephant. At a place called Dhauli, we'll found an elephant, which is basically the shaft is missing, but only the capital is there. It's called the Dhauli elephant. It is the oldest rock cut structure. Rock cut structure. So very simply, Dhauli elephant, the oldest rock cut structure when it comes to this whole sector itself. Today aesthetics are simple. Seated candle smells different meaning. Aesthetics change with periods. Aesthetics change with artistic choices. Aesthetics changes with civilizations. In cultures, every different culture, the same thing could have a different meaning in that regard. Inverted lotus is same across all pillars. Yes, more or less. Could and could not be there, but was more or less there only. Structure means only pillars or any structure, rock cut. Here, I'm saying if you have to have a rock cut structure, it would be, don't think of caves as rock cut structures because those caves are natural. So here we are talking about a man-made structure made out of rock cut structure. How without shaft the capital is there? Basically, the shaft got destroyed. So the capital is just lying there. In multiple places, we've seen either shaft or we've seen either capital. It's about what survives the test of time in that regard. Right? Okay. Now, Dhauli name of the place is the name of the place. Okay, now we have covered the first part, which is the first expression of architectural expression, which is Mauryan pillar. Anybody has issue in that? Mauryan pillars. Caves are mostly natural. Very rare case, natural cave will be made into a rock cut cave. I'm coming to that. Caves I will discuss with you. Most of the cases, rock caves are natural in that regard. Are we clear about Mauryan pillars? Can I move to the next most important expression, which is stupa? What about metal pillars? Metal pillars are not related to the Mauryas, only to the Gupta. So after Maurya, it will be post Maurya, not Gupta. Okay. Now, the Mauryan period, and by the time we come to post Maurya, which would be basically Shunga, Saka, Indo-Greek period, we see one more important concept emerge. We had pillars here. By the late Mauryan period and the post-Mauryan period, we see Buddhist architecture becoming more and more common because Buddhism was the most popular religion at this point of time. And the most important expression of Buddhism vis-a-vis its structures is called stupa. Stupa, Chaitya Vihara. Chaitya Vihara means cave architecture. We'll come to that. We have to first discuss stupa. Now, basically, this is a stupa. First, you see what is a stupa. This is a stupa. Now, stupa basically has two purposes, but is a concept which is not very specific to Buddhism. See, when you bury a person, there's a burial mount which is created. Burial mount which is created. So basically, when you bury somebody, there's a mount which is created. The stupa represents it. Stupa represents burial mounds. Now, burial mounds as old as IVC we have it, but even in Vedic, Jain, and what we call as Vedic Brahmanism, we have references to the concept of burial mounds, and therefore stupa start late Mauryan period, post Mauryan period. The concept is not unique to Buddhism, but execution is unique, much like the Mauryan pillars. So the concept is coming from somewhere else. Execution is unique. Now, a stupa has two main purposes. So if you ever look at a stupa, Mesolithic period have burials, various types, commodities, concept of afterlife. Yes, true. They have done without any technology. How they have done it? Because labor was there and they have an understanding of geometry. So basically, if I make a very rudimentary stupa in front of you, now this stupa has two purposes. I'll show you how to make it. You will make it with me, don't worry. What about cave paintings during IV? No, there's no cave paintings during IVC, but Bhimbetka, that will be going under paintings. I'm going thematically. I'm not going period by period. I'm going thematically. When we discuss paintings, we'll start at Bhimbetka only. Now, stupa has two main purposes. See, the initial stupas used to have relics either inside them. This is not hollow. These are called relics of Buddha, which means that Buddha is dead, And now the things which he used are called relics. Now there's only a finite number of relics. That is why only the initial ones had relics, or what we call as objects used by Buddha himself. But we believe that every stupa has a relic symbolically. Now, as a relic of Buddha, this is basically a pilgrimage site. A stupa represents Buddha. It represents Buddha. And basically, it's a pilgrimage site. Buddhists will go around, they will walk around this Pardakshin Path, as it is called. They will go around. It's a holy site. That is an obvious concept that a stupa would represent that. Relic means, as I said, an object which was used by Buddha during his life and is now sacred. So in order to make that sacred object more accessible to everybody, you put it inside a stupa, and that stupa basically now becomes a certain expression of Buddha. So basically these are the what I call the Sachi stupas inside this structure and maybe inside this box. Sometimes in the structure, sometimes in this Hermika it is called, inside this. The simple point is it is a symbolic expression of Buddha. It's a symbolic expression of Buddha. It's not somebody is buried here. Buddha was not buried here. Buddha's relics are buried here. I will make you draw it first. Wait. No doors because it is not a hollow structure. It is a proper solid structure from within. So you don't go inside it. You go around it. I'll come to the structure. Don't worry. First, understand the purpose. I will make you draw it also. Don't worry about that. Simple point is that a stupa you go around, and it is a holy site for the Buddhists. Now, this is the more obvious part. It's not like Dargah. No, obviously not like Dargah, because Dargah is a Sufi thing which is 4,000 years later from what you are discussing. So don't reverse it. Be chronologically correct if you know ancient and medieval. Now, so Dargah is like this, not like a Dargah. Now, so it is a holy site. That is an obvious answer. It's symbolic. What symbolic? And I'm going to ignore that. So first purpose of stupa, relic is inside the stupa. First, physically it was there, but later, because you only have a finite number of things which Buddha would have used, symbolically it is believed that it is there. Holy purpose is okay, that everybody understands, which is that it is a pilgrimage site. What is more important is the second purpose. Can I discuss the second purpose? Are we clear about the first purpose? Okay. Now, these stupas were very strategically placed. These stupas were very strategically placed. First purpose is to be a pilgrimage site. That is the first purpose. Please pay attention. Second purpose is basically being like an advertisement for Buddhism. See, if you look at, for example, Hindu temples, are Hindu temples, very sacred ones, made very accessible to people? The answer is no. The answer is no. Which is, for example, you have Kedarnath, you have Badrinath, you have very holy temples will be very, very hard to reach. So it is basically something like a pilgrimage has a certain test of your character. From Amarnath to Kedarnath to Badrinath, most of them are very, very, very hard to reach, secluded areas they are there. So it's a test of devotion, and at that point of time, a much bigger devotion, that would you climb mountains to seek God? However, the Buddhists were going to use this pilgrimage site not just as a pilgrimage site, but on various trade routes. They used to develop these stupas. Basically, if you're traveling from, for example, Patliputra and going towards Mathura, for example, what they will do is that they will make 2-3 stupas on the way. They will make 2-3 stupas on the way, and every stupa has a gate which is called an entry gate. That is called Toran. I will tell you, it has an entry gate. You can see here. This is an entry gate. It's called a Toran. These gates have the story of Buddha on it. This gate has the story of Buddha on it. So Jatak stories used to be engraved into these small areas. I can show you a much more zoomed version of this. One second. You see here that every Toran, every entry gate used to have the story of Buddha on it. And with having the story of Buddha in it, basically this is exactly like a hoarding which you see when you go on the highway. You would have seen when you go on the highway, there are big hoardings which are there for some toothpaste, for some restaurant, something like that. Now, people, when they are traveling on trade routes, they would come across these type of structures. If you know what is Buddhism, you go and take a parikrama, you go and encircle it as a form of homage to Buddha. But if you don't know what is Buddhism, they have a whole story of Buddha on the gate, so that you can figure out, okay, there was somebody called Siddhartha, there was somebody called Buddha. Okay, this is the religion. Basically, the second intended purpose of a stupa, which is never placed in obscure places, but only on trade routes, on plain areas, very well placed they are, because they wanted to use it as an expression of spreading Buddhism and advocating Buddhism to others. This is a very important concept. This site is not an innocent site. Please understand this point. A stupa is not an innocent site. The second most important purpose is a stupa propagates the ideas of Buddhism. So basically, it is like an advertisement. It's like an advertisement for Buddhism to the people going around. So while Ashokan pillars were disseminating Dhamma and his ideas, stupa is not just an innocent pilgrimage site. It is an advertisement. It is a site which propagates ideas of Buddhism whilst also remembering Buddha. Are we clear about this? That what are the two intended purposes of stupa when I discuss the structure? We clear? Yes? Okay, perfect. Because there has been a mains question directly asked from this area. First purpose is pilgrimage. The fact that it needs to be it's a site where Buddha's relics are there. So it means that it's a holy site. Second purpose is as an advertisement. You can use the word advertisement. You can use it as a propagating. You can use anything. You can use propagation device, propagation. You can talk of it as a advertisement is not a problem. Advertisement is not a problem. You can use the word. Pilgrimage means a holy site for somebody. Pilgrimage means that when you travel from, when you go to Vaishno Devi, that is pilgrimage, that you're going from one point to the other and seeking God's blessing. Pilgrimage means that. First purpose, pilgrimage. Second purpose, Tirth Yatra, as it is called. Second is stupa, is as a propagating device. Now, if this is clear, I want to then discuss the structure of the stupa. Can I discuss that? Structure of a stupa, because that can again come in the examination. Purpose of the stupa is done. Structure of the stupa is to be covered now. Purpose is done. Now let's discuss the structure of a stupa. Now, the first structure which you will ever see in a stupa, sites preserved but their propagate purpose derails as religion has not been preserved. No, it preserves both the religion and the site itself. That way, Buddhism remains relevant to everybody, and the idea of Buddha remains relevant to everybody. Okay. The first thing which you will ever see or always see in a stupa is its entry gate. In most cases, they were enclosed by a railing, may or may not be. This is called a torana. This word you would have heard from your parents or from you would know it yourself. Toran is a word which is still today used in Hinduism. Toran is used when there is something auspicious going to happen in your house. You will put the Toran in front of your house itself. In front of your house itself. It's called Torana. So the word Toran basically comes out of Buddhism. It is the entry gate of the stupa. Basically, understand one more thing. It is here that the whole stories are written so that the person entering knows what is he entering. Thereafter, he has the string of leaves on string of mango leaves on the thing. That is also called toran. Yes. Then you have the base of the stupa, which is basically called medhi, base of the stupa. Thereafter, on the base you have the anda, which is solid hemispherical structure. On the anda you will have, this is called the hermica. On the hermica you will then have the yashti with the chhatras. This is called 5 yashti, and these structures are called chhatras. You can walk around the stupa. You can walk around the stupa, and that is something which we till today do in temples, which is called Pardakshina Patha. Pardakshin Patha. And you will have stairs to go up and down from the stupa, which is basically how you go up towards the anda. There are much bigger terms. For example, I've given you this, which is, for example, the Upinder Singh map. Now, the railing is also called something. Every small to big thing is called something. But I am only giving you the ones which matter. So, maximum we can talk about this railing, which is Suchi railing. Now, if I zoom into this, if I zoom into this, what I will see is that this structure looks like this. This structure looks like this. There's one main shaft which is called Yashthi. This is the Yashthi. And on it, you have these discs, which is basically called the Chhatras. The concept is that it gives height to the stupa. So you enter from here, you go up and you go around the stupa. And you go around the stupa and then exit from where you came. This is how pilgrimage is done. So the fact is, this is Saurabh, this is the what we call as Hindavi spelling. You are telling me Prakrit spelling. Pradakshin Patha, same thing. Don't worry about it. So stupa basically has eight basic features. Torana, entry gate. Suchi, which is the railing around it, boundary wall. Medhi, which is the base. Anda, which is the structure, which is the solid structure, not a hollow structure. Harmika, which is the box over the Anda. The relic could be in the Harmika or be in the Anda. Then you have the Chhatra and the Yashthi. Basically, you can see it from far away. That is why the Chhatra and the Yashthi has been added. It is just to give the height to the stupa so that it will be seen from far away. Now, let me mark this into a real stupa. So this is the Torana. This is the Suchi. Thereafter, this which you see here. This is the Medhi. Thereafter, this is the Anda. Harmika. Yashthi. And Chhatra. Thereafter, I can go around this path. And this is basically, this path is Pradakshin Path. And this is the 8 which are there. Why are you overwriting already labeled? Very good. Beautiful. Perfect. Good eye. Very good. So the concept of stupa, Medhi consists of the Pradakshin Path is on the Medhi itself. I'll tell you how to draw it quickly. That's a separate issue altogether. Please understand this. Now, okay, Sanskar, do hai. You use this for your satisfaction. Medhi, see, if I make it in a 3D way, you see, Medhi is this. And the Anda sits on it. So in a way, the Medhi is the base on which the Anda is there. and the Pardakshin Path is on it. You go on it. This is the Medhi. And this is the Anda. This is a solid structure. You go around it. Harmika is the box which is sitting on it. And Yashthi is the pillar, central pillar. Yashthi. And the Chhatra is nothing but on the Yashthi like this, like antennas. So what happens is that you basically can walk on the, there are stairs here. You can go up and down the Medhi. There are stairs here. So you go up, you go around, and you can then exit out of the Medhi. Now does it make sense? This is the foundation, heavy foundation. Made of rock brick both. I'll show it to you in one more and see it. This is the Medhi. This is the Medhi. This which you see is Medhi. I told you you can go up. So you go up the flight of stairs. You go up the flight of stairs. You go around and then you go down the flight of stairs. I'll tell you whatever question can come. Where relic is placed either here or here. Mostly inside the Anda. Anda is basically constructed. When it is being constructed, they put the relic inside and then close it. Is this where is railing? Railing is not here. Railing would be here. Suchi, you can see the Suchi of this has been broken. This is Suchi. This is Suchi. This is Suchi. Sir, is relic not visible? Right? No. It won't be. This Anda represents the relic. And more, see, first 80,000-90,000 may have stupas, may have relics. After that, it becomes implied. Suchi is. So you would have a Toran here. Suchi would be the railing which is around the stupa. This is Suchi. See, there are more terms also. I am not trying to give you more than needed because you can see here there is Pardakshin Path, Suchi, Stambha, Yashthi, Yashki, Vedika, Medhi, Sopana, Torna. I'm not giving you unnecessary names. I'm only telling you the ones which matter. For example, the stairs are called Sopana. And the railings around the Anda is called Vedika. But I'm not trying to give you so many words that you start to become too flustered by it. Anda, Harmika, Chhatra, Medhi, Pardakshin Path, and Torana are the 4 to 5 which you need to know. In the examination, what will come is that they will ask you what are the basic components of a stupa, and you have to discuss them. Now, if you understand the structure, Medhi, the Anda, you understand the Harmika, the Chhatra, the Yashthi, you understand Torana. If you understand this, I will tell you how to make it quickly because you can make it in the examination. Is the structure of the stupa clear? Purpose we've already discussed. Structure I've discussed with you. I've shown it to you in different ways also. Chhatra Yashti purpose is only for aesthetics, to give height to the stupa so it can be seen from far away. This is basically what it looks like. Yes? This is basically to give height so that from far away you can see that, okay, the stupa is there. It's all aesthetical purposes. Does anybody have any issue here? Because if not, then we discuss. Or we make it rather. No issue? Okay. Now, how do you make it in the examination quickly? It will take you more time to mark it than to make it. So the first thing, why stupa made up? Pilgrimage, advertisement or propagation. First thing you make is that you make a hashtag. Then you make a circle. Then this. That's it. Now mark it. Simple. This is all religious purpose along with propagation of dharma, propagation of Buddhism. Can you make it? It will not take you more than again 30 seconds. Make it and tell me. It's fast enough to not be a problem for you in the long run. It's clear enough to give you an edge over others. You have to make a hashtag. It's a very easy process, very, very easy process. Hashtag, link it, box, anda, box, and antenna. That's it. Anda can be written. Why not? It can be. It's called anda, so you will call it anda only, right? Now, stupa, purpose, structure. No issues. Show part 1. This or this. This. Okay. Yes, Ilma, that is the right way of understanding it. Okay. Now see, in India, stupas look like this. But it does not mean that stupas don't exist across the world. If you will go to Indonesia, you'll find something like this there. This is also a stupa. And in Indonesia, what happens is now they are made hollow. You can go inside it. Now they are made hollow. So in India, whilst you have a very simple, straightforward structure like this, which is the easiest which you can see, which would be something like this. They have modified it to make it like this. So you see that the stupa structure also changes. And in your childhood, you have been looking at stupas, but you've actually never ever realized it, because this is the Southeast Asian one. Southeast Asian. This is the Indian. But if you've seen the Japanese one, you've been looking at it, but you don't know it. You know it because you've been watching Shin-chan and Doraemon, but you don't know that it is a stupa actually. Have you seen something like this in your cartoons? This is also a stupa only. So basically, you don't know it, but you've been watching the cartoons which you have been watching are showing you stupas only. Ninja Hattori, Doraemon, Shin-chan, whatever you've seen. So I can tell you one thing, that stupa changes. Stupa changes. There's an evolution in different forms in that regard. So I care about Southeast Asian or the Japanese. I care about the Indian one. And I think you are capable of making this in the examination. Right? Capable of making this in the examination? No, these are not contemporary to each other. Indian would be the first expression. Thereafter, you will have Southeast Asia in that. How do people come to know that what is inside Anda Harmika? How people know? It is written on the railing. There are inscriptions here. In every suchi, there is an inscription which tells you what is the purpose. And there are stories here also. So they know what is the story, what is the importance. You make it like this in the examination. That is how you make it. What type of question from stupa? I'll give you the question, don't worry. First, let me finish this stupa section. Can I do that? Since I'll give you 3 questions from whatever we've covered till this point. Indian one will be only asked in the examination, yes. Now, when we talk about stupas, there are certain important stupas in India and certain are exceptions. So you need to know it. Again, can come in the examination as a match the following type question. So the oldest stupa structures in India, oldest stupas are actually in the Madhya Pradesh sector, which is in Sachi. Sachi stupa are one of the most well preserved, a UNESCO World Heritage Site itself, well preserved and very well representative of what stupas were meant to be. Largest burnt brick mud mortar. Mud mortar means that the glue which was used was mud to make the bricks stick together. And Ashoka has been attributed to make these stupas. However, if you go by textual references, Burial Mount relic ash, we already know that is what it represents. 84,000 stupas were made. And while the initial ones, which is for example Rajgir, Vaishali, Kapilavatsu, you have Pava, Kusinagar, these are areas where you got the relics inside it. Later, it's not a given that the relic would be there, but we presume that the relic is there. 84,000 in India itself by textual references. But the point is, the ones which survive, we are discussing the most important ones. Not all of them survive. So Sachi Stupa was made when Ashoka was contemporary. So it would be 200 BC in that regard. But the most interesting one is called the Dhemek Stupa. Which is in Sarnath, where he gave his first sermon. So now you tell me, what is unique about this stupa? What is the most uniquest aspect about this stupa? Is there any change? See, the Anda is not a hemispherical structure, but rather a cylinder. Rather like a cylinder. And that is why it will be started under Ashoka, completed very late by the Gupta period, by the Buddhists, and it has the relics of Buddha inside it. We believe that inside this structure there is the relic of Buddha. And the important point is it represents the Dharma Chakra Parivartan, and It has been made by bricks and stones, but is actually having no proper structure when it comes to stupas. Basically, it has a cylindrical anda. Its medhi is very broad. This is the medhi. Medhi is very broad. There is no stairs, which is sopana to go up and down, and that is why it is a very unique one. It's a unique one, and there is no chhatra or yashti also. So this is how it breaks the notion of stupas being only one type. Further, the next two are very important, which is Bharuch Stupa and Amravati Stupa. See, Bharuch Stupa is considered to be very important because it had a lot of subsidiary images attached to the stupa. Though the stupa does not survive, again started under Ashoka, does not survive, later completed by Shungas. What remains is just the railing and the entry gateway. People use the stones of and the bricks of the stupa to make their own houses, and this is always an issue with regards to monuments. Most of it was destroyed by basic construction activities close to the stupa, Bharuch Stupa. But we found two very important images there, and these two important images are called subsidiary gods. This is called a yaksha, and this is called a yaksha and yakshini together. Yaksha and yakshini together. Now, basically, yaksha yakshi is something which even in Hinduism we talk about. These are what are called auspicious images or auspicious figures. Why would the Shungas repair a stupa? Why would the Shungas repair a stupa? Why would Shungas repair a stupa? They're not Buddhist, they're Brahmanical. Pushyamitra Shunga. They do it because who subscribes to Buddhism? Traders. And if you don't keep your merchants and your traders happy, you don't keep your empire strong. It's to appease the traders. So the revival of the Bharuch Stupa shows you how tolerant ancient India was. Now, as I said, Yaksha Yakshi till today, together a Yaksha Yakshini and a single Yaksha, they are placed along different structures to represent a certain sense of auspiciousness. We all have it. We make symbols. We have different forms of figures which we keep in front of our houses or in our houses, which represent prosperity or certain auspiciousness. Yaksha Yakshini is a small cult. It's a small semi-god deity concept. Small. This is not just specific to Buddhism. You will find it in Jains also, and you'll find it in Hinduism also. For example, Naga Nagi, which is snake representation. Naga Nagi. Yaksha Yakshi. These are things which you will find everywhere. In Buddhism also you find snake representation. In Hinduism you also find snake representation and gods which represent the snake. So the concept of Yaksha Yakshi comes out of the Bharuch Stupa quite well, because on the railings it was very beautifully carved, and it is also written on the feet of this. It is written here that it is a Yaksha, and there is a whole inscription here which says that it is a Yaksha Yakshini, and you can see husband, wife and child is Yaksha Yakshini, which basically represents one family, and therefore the prosperity aspect is that one family is prosperous. Are you getting my point? Why they would represent prosperity? Why would Naga Nagis represent something? Why would Yaksha Yakshi represent something? It's a symbolic representation of one complete family in that regard. Then we have Amravati Stupa. Amravati Stupa today does not survive, but it's considered the British before its destruction properly documented the way it was described in the texts, and it is the only stupa which started as a stone or what we call as a brick mortar stupa and later became what we call as a limestone marble stupa. Standard destruction over a period of time. So the Amravati stupa till today is considered the most ornamental stupa. Ornamental means very decorated stupa. So one of the most decorated stupas was there. Unfortunately, it's not something which survived over a period of time, and you will automatically understand it because if this stupa is very ornamentally very beautiful, would it survive a test of time when it comes to looting and all? Because if it has so much marble on it, so much ornamentation on it, there was a reason that over a period of time it could be looted, and that is what it happened, that the stupa as it is does not survive today. Only it survives on textual references. But if somebody asks you what is the most decorated stupa or ornamental stupa, it is Amravati stupa. Now I'm going to give you a breather here, 5 minutes, and then I start cave architecture with you. This will take me maximum 25-30 minutes. Again, I'll tell you what to do with the information. But before I do that, I give you two questions. First, you have to, you can do the IVC one. Now you see, the Mauryan pillars were at the same time a borrowed concept but also unique. Discuss. What is a stupa? What is its purpose? Discuss the components of a Buddhist stupa. 250 words. Can you write both questions? What will be looted from it? The ornamentation, the marble, everything. Can you write both the questions? If you can, I give you a breather. In the first introduction, you will write how Achaemenid Empire was the first one to develop it. In the second, in the introduction, you will tell them what is a stupa. In the body, you will divide it into two parts. What is purpose and what are the components. Here you will make that small pillar of yours. And here you will make that stupa. Done. How to conclude? Tell us then. Tell thee the importance. Question 2, right answer. Yes. Discuss means have to explain its components. Yes. Do we have to learn the names of the places where relics have been learned? No, 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 no. Just remember the terminologies I've told you. Right? So let's come back at 9 and then take the story forward and finish the other part. Means I need to target IS or IS Live, that is totally your call. You have to define the components. Raghav have to write their meaning. What is it? Can we write uniqueness of stupa? But the question is not asking you uniqueness. It's asking you components. Be specific. Okay. See you at 9. Okay. Now, yeah, you can do that also. Janvi, you can do that also. You can draw the parallels. Now, we have seen two expressions of Maurya post Maurya. One being the Mauryan pillars, the second one being caves, not caves, but stupa. And this year, a direct question came from Stupa 2023. Straightforward. And it was just based on whatever discussion we had. Every time we have it, very straightforward discussion. Third expression is called cave architecture. Cave architecture. Now, cave architecture, there are again two things which you need to know vis-a-vis that. The first expression and the types of caves. Now, when we talk about cave architecture, the first expression or first time caves were given to anybody, it was given by Ashoka and his grandson Dashrath, not to Buddhists or Jains, but to Ajiviks. And this was done in the Barabar and Nagarjuni hill complex. These are two hill complexes in the Bihar sector. And inside these mountains, with no power tools, with no modern technology, they were able to carve out these caves inside the mountain itself. Bhimbetka is a natural cave. These are caves in which little bit of craving was there or little bit of area was there, and they were able to carve the whole mountain in that sense. There's a difference vis-a-vis Bhimbetka. These are called natural caves. Those are naturally formed caves. These are man-made caves. So the Barabar and Nagarjuni hill complex, we have Sudama cave, Karan Chopara, Vishwa Jhopadi, and Lomas Rishi. And these are basically named after. Is it monolithic? Obviously, it will be monolithic because if you make it in pieces, it will break. These are all monolithic. You can see you make an entry point. This is where you go inside. You can see they have carved the whole mountain in that regard. Imagine the level of effort which would have gone into making something like this. The Barabar and Nagarjuni Hill complex is the right composition of rock, which allows you to carve. It will remain solid enough to be there, but not too brittle to break or too soft to basically collapse. So therefore, it always matters which rock you are carving into. And these are named after the saints which got their their basic the caves. For example, Sudama, Karan, Vishwa Jhopadi, and Lomas Rishi. Now, what is common to all of these caves is they have very less ornamentation. No to less ornamentation. Ornamentation means that they are very plain. This means you can see here, it's a very open, plain, no ornamentation. But there is one cave which is an exception, which is called Lomas Rishi. This is Lomas Rishi cave. Lomas Rishi cave has ornamentation on the outside. Ornamentation on entry gate. On entry gate. So the way they carved it is again very beautiful. They did not have the level of carving more than this, but they did it like this itself. It's called the Lomas Rishi cave. And for the examination, you have to remember three things. Who got it? Ajiviks got it. Second, who gave it? Ashoka and Dasharath. Third, where is it? Barabar and Nagarjuni Hill complex in Bihar. Fifth, characteristics. All of them are absence of ornamentation. However, Lomas Rishi cave is the exception. Why did they give it? Appease. To make, this is a grant. It has been given to these rishis as to appease them. It's for their benefaction. It is for benefits. You do good for your people, you are going to do good for saints. So because the Mauryans were initially Ajiviks, or specifically Ashoka was an Ajivik, he was rewarding the Ajivik saints. So it's a way of remembering, it's a way of appeasement. So are we clear about the four why, what, when, and how? Why? To appease the Ajiviks. Where? Barabar and Nagarjuni Hill complex. Who? Ashoka and Dasharath. And very simply, they are caves given to appease these different saints of Ajivikism. Are we clear about this? Because then Rishi means a saint. Yes? Okay. Now comes the more complicated ones. This is the easiest. When it comes to Buddhist caves, there are two types of caves which are there. This again come as a very simple, straightforward question in the examination. One is called Chaitya. The other one is called Vihara. Chaitya, Vihara. Now, Chaitya basically is a shrine or a place of worship or a hall for worship. Whilst Vihara is, the word Bihar comes from Vihar, and it is a residential complex of monks. This is specific to Buddhism. Both Buddhism and Jainism have viharas. Now think of it like this. There are multiple types of chaityas. See, there is one cave in which when I go inside, I find a very big hall. Very, very big hall. And a very big hall. So I am going inside this hall. And this hall basically could be empty. That is one type of chaitya, which is just a big hall. Buddhist caves are man-made only, mostly. I'll remove this word because then you will start to play with this in the examination. Buddhist caves, whatever it may be, I will tell you. Architecture borrowed from Ashoka or unique to him, said that Mauryas are pioneers, not Mauryas borrowed it and then developed it itself. Now, a chaitya could be an empty hall. There is one more type of chaitya in which the chaitya could be having an entry gate, then a big hall inside the whole structure, and there could be a stupa here also. Small stone stupa could be there. What does this stupa represent? What does this stupa represent? It represents Buddha. But there can also be one more type, which is even more interesting. I go into this chaitya and I find a stupa, but I also find with the stupa in front of it an image of Buddha. Which is chaitya with stupa and image of Buddha. Now you tell me, A or B, which is a Hinayanic cave? out of these two? Very good. This would be a Hinayanic Buddhism cave because they are worshipping Buddha through his symbols. Whilst Mahayanic cave will have Buddha and Buddha's image also. So now a Chaitya could just be a hall, could be a congregation hall for prayers, and you could then also have a Hinayanic and a Mahayanic cave in which you have only stupa, and you could have stupa plus image. Do you get what a Chaitya is? Do you get what Chaitya is? What is Hinayanic Buddhism? One type of Buddhism in which Buddha is considered good teacher, not a god. Do we understand what is the Chaitya now? Because then I will link the Vihara with this. Okay. Now there is one more configuration. You have a Chaitya and you have one more small exit out of this Chaitya, and thereafter you have one very big area in which rooms have been carved out. This is a Vihara. You can have a Chaitya which is linked to a Vihara, and you can also have a Chaitya and the Vihara is somewhere else. And then you have to walk towards the Chaitya and come out of it. Now, think of it like this, that Chaitya is your school or your college. Then Vihara will be what? Very good. Hostel. It's a hostel. Basically, Chaitya is where you prayer, study, and the hostel can and cannot be attached to the school or college. So, a Buddhist shrine or prayer hall with a stupa at the end of our congregation worship by the monks. Chaityas were commonly part of monastic complex, the Vihara. One of the most beautiful Chaityas we've seen, Ajanta, Ellora, Bhaja, Karle Bagh, Nasik, and Kanheri. We'll discuss that. And Vihara is the dwelling place of Buddhist monks, carved out of rock and built of bricks. Chaityas could be attached to a stupa or could not be attached to a stupa. That's a totally different concept. So what we've seen is Chaitya can have a stupa, cannot have a stupa, and can have a stupa with the image also. It is on which type of Buddhism it is. And second thing is, Vihara is nothing but something which is attached to it. So this is basically a Chaitya. And this is a Vihara, as you can see. These are rooms which have been made around it. So there can be three types of Chaityas, one without, one with images also. So can anybody guess what type of Chaitya this is? The one which I've showed you in this image. What type of Chaitya is this? This is Hinayanic. Because you can see a stone stupa has been made just to represent stupa. So it's a Hinayanic Chaitya. So very simply, Vihara are rooms which have been made inside a whole mountain structure itself. You can have multiple rooms there, and they can be attached to or be separate to a Chaitya complex in that regard. But not Buddha image, because if it is not Buddha image, that is why it's a Hinayanic Buddhism. If it had Buddha's image here, somewhere here, then it would become a Mahayanic Buddhist in that regard. This is basically Karle. This Karle has that vaulted roof in that regard. Now, who built it? I will tell you who built it, what built it. I will discuss that with you. Now, Why Jains don't have place of worship? Because Jains have temples, or they are not, if you remember, Murti Pujaks, or they are basically the ones which don't do Murti Puja. The ones who do Murti Pujaks basically go to the temple. So they have their own monastic establishment, but they don't have temples in that regard. On the other side of the spectrum, Buddhists mostly need this place of worship in that regard because Buddhist temples are not very common. So that the difference comes in that sense. So either you follow a saint in Jainism, who are they called? The other side of the Murti Pujaks. Come on, tell me. One is Murti Pujak. The other one is what? Therapanthi. Therapanthi. And last one, three, I told you, in Shwetambar. Very good. Sthanakvasi. Sthanakvasi will go with the monk. So the monk will reside, they will worship the monk. Then the Murti Pujaks will go to temples. For example, you have in Mount Abu, you have a temple. And one will just, so these are two basic types, worship the Murti or worship the saint. Either way, you don't really need it. Now, there are two things which I want to do here. See, I don't want to discuss the caves right now because there's a very specific outcome which needs to come out of it, which is a Venn diagram, which will help you in answering any question. And I in no way want to rush it in that regard, that I'm rushing it and doing it. So I want to rather do three things with you. First, discuss what we've already covered. Second, I want you to make the diagrams with me. And third, I want to basically revise. So first things first, face value. Is this making more sense than Nitin Singhania? You tell me. The way we are going about it, which is moving from period to period vis-a-vis architecture, which is that I am not trying to complicate a period by adding too much detail into it. We are only discussing thematics. We are in architecture right now. We have already covered Indus Valley civilization. We've discussed Mauryan architecture pillar, Mauryan architecture stupa. Tomorrow, first 15-20 minutes, half an hour, will take caves. But we start a very, very, very important module, which is temple architecture. It always takes me 3.5 classes to cover architecture, but it's worth it, though it should be covered in 2. But very importantly, tomorrow we do Nagara Dravida Vaisara. We do a very important module, which is tomorrow, which is temple architecture. Now, second thing is, whilst doing this, we have been following a certain pattern. I've been giving you certain points to write in the examination, which you are automatically writing as you have to write it. Salient features, differences, this and that. But you have to also make images. These images are for value addition. The rule for making images is very simple. It has to be made within 30 to 40 seconds because you do not have more than that time in the examination generally. Making a Mauryan pillar or a stupa, you should be able to do it within 30 seconds, including marking. For example, shaft, a lower, upper, capital, Torana, Suchi, Medhi, Anda, Harmika, Yashti, Chhatra, and Pardakshin Path. Now, my request to you will be, the more you will practice these images, the more quicker you will become in managing it in the examination. These questions may seem to be very simplistic to you, but they are there to revise everything with you. Third thing is a very standard question which all of you asked me today, and this is where I'm using my time, is what to do with introduction in art and culture. That's a relevant question. That's a very relevant question. Now listen to me. See, in ancient medieval, there's no subjective question. In modern India, you have a subjective question. So what you do is that you add what happened before that point. In Introduction Art and Culture, you have done one master stroke with me. That master stroke is that you already know ancient and medieval. So my simple point is going to be, when you write an introduction, just write the historical context, showing to the examiner that you know that period. For example, here I asked you a question, which was, one second, which was, the Mauryan pillars were at the same time a borrowed concept and also unique. Discuss. Now, in this introduction, if you very beautifully write that during the 4th century BCE, the Mauryan empires emerged under Chandragupta Maurya, and one of the most celebrated rulers of this dynasty was Ashoka, who is known for his Ashokan Dhamma. The following features were embodied in the Mauryan pillars. Now, what have you done? You've just used 2 lines to give me the historical context of the Mauryas. In the same way, in the second question, what is stupa? What is the purpose? Discuss components of Buddhist stupa. If you write in the introduction, Buddhism emerged in the 6th century BCE as a new religion in response to Vedic Brahmanism, and it with Buddha's enlightenment, there was a new alternative path to moksha. And stupa represents Buddha, and here is the purpose. Or what is, and this is the stupa. By writing these 2 lines, I'm showing to the examiner that I know the period's context also. Now, if you have gone with me in 14 classes and actually done ancient and medieval, are you capable of writing 2 lines about each period? Can you write, for example, about the Guptas? Can you write, for example, about about Ashoka? About, for example, we were discussing cave architecture. We, if it is a Vakataka, you can talk about the Vakatakas. You just have to write 2 lines. That shows capability, and that gives you a better introduction. In that context, every question which comes in art and culture, you already have an idea what to write in the introduction. So don't cram the purpose and everything into the introduction itself, Sachin. You have to go into the body. Understand this point. A very perennial issue which is there with most of the students is, what do I do with the introduction? And the introduction is, that should be a question for a student who has watched a random video and left ancient medieval. He does not understand what is the Pallavas. But if you know where are the Pallavas, who are the Pallavas, when somebody is talking about Mahendravarman, why not just write that the Pallavas were a post-Gupta dynasty which existed? They were in perpetual conflict with the Chalukyas, and that shaped their history. 2 lines. But this shows to the examiner that you have a very good extensive understanding of ancient medieval. Now, here am I telling you that ancient medieval is actually very, very important for writing art and culture answers, and generally art and culture. That is now going to give you a lot of reward, because you already are capable of writing answers. Because the biggest issue with Nitin Singhania is, Nitin Singhania can help you in prelims, sure. Nitin Singhania can never help you in mains, because it has been written in such a bad way that you can't actually weave an answer around it. It's only fact, 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 fact. Just gives you one random fact, does not give you context. So try to now change your strategy by trying to write answers with historical context. This will help you also in modern India. Because in modern India also, what is expected is that if there's a question, for example, on non-cooperation, you have to talk about, for example, that the Rowlatt Satyagraha failed, and with the Jallianwala Bagh, what happened was that the non-cooperation movement was started with the Khilafat context. Or you say that the First World War happened, in turn led to Treaty of Versailles, Treaty of Sevres was happening, Khilafat issue came. Every question in history will always have a context, historical context. What if we revise simultaneous ancient medieval art and culture? You're asking me, that is not physically possible. That is, I had 14 classes separately. That I have to presume, and that time I've already given. You want to do it, sure, totally your call. Now, the 11th class NCERT, I am telling you, stay away from it right now. It will make sense to you once you've gone through that topic with me. So I leave you for today. I will see you tomorrow. Please don't miss tomorrow's class. If you're watching this, for the future generations who are watching this in a what we call as recorded form, if you can come tomorrow live, it will be better, because temple architecture is a very important topic, very interesting topic, very rewarding topic, and can be understood better. So if you can get up, sure. If you can't, I'll see you tomorrow, same time. Cave, we finish temple architecture, and day after tomorrow, we go into Mughal, Delhi Sultanate, Dome, Chhatri. That is also a very, very rewarding section. Out of this, we can get at least 2 to 3 mains question and 2 to 3 prelims question. So we'll try to do that. Don't worry about Nitin Singhania right now. I'll tell you when to open Nitin Singhania. Just study the PPTs now. Thank you. I will see you tomorrow. Take care and bye-bye. How to produce an introduction for Mauryan patient. Just talk about the Mauryas. Talk about Chandragupta Maurya. Talk about Ashoka. Okay. Perfect. See you.